Good afternoon, folks. Just want to let you know we'll be starting in about 10 minutes. We're still waiting for some folks to show up, so give us about 10 minutes. Thank you. Okay, if everyone could please take their seats, we will begin in 1 minute. Thank you.
Arrive to the here and now. Settle in a comfortable posture without crossing your feet and hands. For the next couple of minutes, we are going on an amazing journey. Gently close your eyes and start focusing on your breathing. Feel how the air is entering your lungs, filling you up with vital oxygen. Exhale and feel how all the tension goes away. Let go of all of your thoughts, all of your fears. Inhale again, through 6 counts. Feel how your body is gently relaxing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And exhale through 6 counts. During our meditation, if you catch your thoughts spinning around in your head, bring your attention back to your breathing. Now, focus on the crown of your head. Feel how it relaxes, how all the tension melts away. Bring your attention slowly down to your eyes, lips. Let your face gently relax. Keep breathing. Inhale. Exhale. Feel this gentle relaxation going down to your neck, your shoulders, all the way to your spine. Feel that with every exhale, you let go. Relax your chest, your stomach, all the organs in your body. Keep breathing. Now move your attention to your hips, your legs, all the way down to your toes. Your whole body is comfortable and relaxed. While your eyes are still closed, focus your attention on your toes and see a magic carpet right underneath you. Notice its color, its shape, its texture touching your toes. This magic carpet has been waiting for you to take you on a journey. Feel how you are floating with your carpet, gently moving up. You are looking down to the buildings below, the university. The carpet is slowly going up. The people in the buildings become smaller and smaller, and you feel safe flying. You are flying faster and faster. Cities, mountains, and rivers are underneath you. In the horizon, you can see the infinite blue ocean and hear the waves. Your magic carpet brings you close to the water, and you gently touch it with your fingers. Feel the cold water, the fresh air in your face, and the incredible freedom. As you are flying, you slowly reach Europe. See how the different countries are underneath you. See the colorful buildings in Spain, the vineyards over France, the beautiful landscape and castles of England. Fly all the way around, all the way to Asia. See the variety of cultures, the Great Wall in China, the mountains, the rivers, the rice fields. Now our magic carpet takes us to New Zealand and Australia. You can see the kangaroos jumping around. As you go around the world, you arrive to Africa. See how all the different cultures are melted together in this beautiful continent. Your next destination is South America. You can smell the scent of the freshly brewed coffee and hear the dynamic music. As you are arriving back in Sacramento, slow down your magic carpet and turn your attention back to your body. Take a few deep breaths and slowly start to feel your toes, your fingers. You realize how many different cultures and ideas are all around the world. But at the end, we are all the same. We are all humans who are trying to do their best every single day. We all have our struggles, our hopes, and dreams. We all receive and give, because what goes around comes around, just like a boomerang. Feel a calming feeling that you are where you need to be. Feel excited about getting to know more about the world. Now, gently open your eyes and let the adventure begin.
Kenya to Colombia, from Iraq to Korea, in slums, in schools, in prisons, and in theaters. Every day, people gather at TEDx events around the world to hear the best ideas bubbling up in their communities. Today, you are part of a global conversation about our shared future. So what is this TEDx? TEDx is an initiative of the TED Conference, a nonprofit devoted to ideas worth spreading. We grant free licenses to allow TED-like events to spread globally. This event today is based on the TED Conference format and ideals, but is independently organized by your local community. So please make sure to thank the team of volunteers who worked so hard on today's event. It's their ideas, dedication, and time that made it all possible. It's they who booked all the speakers. And the views you'll hear today are, of course, those of those speakers, not necessarily of TEDs. But we hope their talks spark an exciting conversation among you. This is a day for curiosity and for skepticism, for openness and for critical thinking, for inspiration and for action. The more you enter into it, the more you'll take out. And now, on with the show.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are so excited to welcome you here to TEDxCSUS. My name is Gordon Fowler. I'm the president and CEO of Threefold Communications and co-founder of the Glue Factory, which is an entrepreneurial incubator located in West Sacramento. I am just so delighted with what Sac State is doing in terms of getting involved in the community, in terms of reaching out, and in terms of bringing people in. Really collecting ideas, collecting thoughts, collecting inspiration, and then being able to share that out with our community. And that makes it a really wonderful place. So I couldn't be more honored and more delighted to be your MC. So I'll be with you through the afternoon, and we're going to have a really great time. So I'm excited that you're here. Are you guys glad that you're here? Yeah. I know after that amazing meditation video, we got to get the blood rolling again. But I think that put our mind in the right place. And now we're going to get to really expand our minds to hear new ideas. Here's the amazing part. All of the speakers, I got to hear a run through earlier this morning and then get to know the speakers. It's not just the content that they're sharing that is so amazing. It's really the why behind it, how their heartbeat is going in terms of supporting the content and the ideas. And I'm excited for that to come to you and then for you to be able to take that and spread that out within your sphere and your circle of influence. So we're really in for a treat. Before we get started, I really just wanted to acknowledge the sponsors for this event, because without them, without all their support, we certainly wouldn't be able to put this event on. So I'd really like it, and we can give a round of applause at the end of this, because this event wouldn't be possible without the College of Business and Administration, without SMUD, Siemens, and the MBA Networking Association. Let's show them how thankful we are for their investment in us. No event, as all of you know, no event is possible without a backbone, without somebody that can pull it all together. I call it the person with the emotional responsibility, right? That person that wakes up in the middle of the night and wonders where the clicker is for the next speaker, or if the booth got set up the right way for one of the sponsors, or if you're comfortable in your seats, or if you got your grab bags. And that person, our emotional responsibility person, but also the curator and the event organizer for this event, is a really wonderful person I've had the pleasure of starting to get to know, who is Katalin Ludwig.
Okay, so let's get into it. Today's program is guided by a team that is special to Sac State, Boomerang. What goes around, comes around. The ideas we will hear today in today's talks will spark conversations during the breaks about how our ideas and actions come back around and empower each other. The most important aspect of this entire TEDx event is you. It's not the 8 world-class speakers or the thousands of hours and dollars in volunteer and sponsor contributions. It's all of you here as participants and the audience watching this from all over the world. As many of you may know, we are talking about giving our community the knowledge and resources to thrive. And believe it or not, each and every single one of you has chosen to take on the initiative as a leader the second you purchase the ticket. Whether you know it or not, you are the leaders, so please thank yourselves for accepting the challenge. We hope that once you leave this university and experience the world, you won't forget about your Hornet family and will come back to inspire future generations of Hornets, just as many of today's speakers. Remember, it is your conversations that will build new connections, ideas, and initiatives, all with a shared vision. Remember, it is the initiative that you take after this event that creates an infinite flow of taking and giving back. It's up to you to spread these ideas and turn them into action. We are inspired by you and what we will collectively accomplish as a result of this event. No pressure, right?
All right. Really, thank you. Let's give a round of applause. All right. So if you'll stay on stage with me now, I'd like to be able to introduce your first speaker. You are in for a treat. Now, I'll probably find myself saying that over and over again because I really am impressed with the quality of speakers and really just such the great ideas that they'll be sharing. But I'll start my first time with your first treat, which is really introducing Stephen Ozebo. He's a serial investor and an advisor to multiple startups. He's the CEO of the African Technology Foundation and the managing partner for Lions Africa, an initiative of the U.S. State Department. Prior to these roles, he was the foreign direct investment manager for the government of Catalonia and was responsible for a diverse array of international project management and advisory services that increased investment, innovation, and bilateral trade relations between Catalonia and the west coast of the United States. Stephen also previously held roles at Smith Barney and Citigroup. So please, round of applause to welcome your first speaker for the afternoon, Stephen. Come on up.
So, I was born into the old Africa. And for me, that Africa has an image that I know some of you have in your heads, but at the end of this talk, I'm hoping to show you an image of a new Africa. The story of my birth began on May 2nd, 1971, when a young Justina Anyaka chose to marry her high school sweetheart. See, at that point, the civil war in Nigeria just ended. And for a lot of people, getting away from the village, getting away from those communities where the war was hardest felt, was an escape, was also a way to get away from their past, but more critically, it was a way to seek out a new economic future. And for Justina, she did just that. Along with her husband, she left the village and moved out to the city. And when she got to the city, she embraced entrepreneurship. And I'm proud to say that she was the first entrepreneur I ever knew. See, in that time, Justina and her husband built a new life in the city, and through many encounters and opportunities, went ahead and forged that life. And like good Catholics, they had a lot of children. And in this time, like many other Nigerians, they would go back to the village at the festive seasons, at the holidays, to visit with their families, connect with childhood friends, and participate in local community activities. Now, of course, later in the 70s, a heavily pregnant Justina, 5 children in, and against all of the advice of her doctor, who told her she was due in early January, and she felt, yeah, I could make it to the village and make it back, right? She went to the village, of course, to see her family, and on Christmas Day, her water broke. And her water broke, it's Christmas Day, it's in the village, no medical care in sight. Justina had this baby on Christmas Day on a dirt road right there in the village. That child is standing in front of you today. And the story of my birth and the story of Justina leaving that village is casting that first boomerang. Now pay attention to that boomerang. It might come back to you. See, being born in the village in Nigeria was my first foray into the world, but I moved back to the city with my parents, got a great education, and had the opportunity to emigrate to the United States. And I joined a legion of diasporans in the United States. But in being here, remember, I was born in that old Africa. So I still had interactions with what that old Africa used to be. And some of those images of that old Africa were not particularly images that I was in agreement with. The old Africa was known for its strife. It was known for pain and suffering. It was also known for a lot of anguish and a lot of famine. And within these stories of the old Africa, yes, I put out the caveat, Africa is not a monolith, right? It's 55 countries, is over 1 billion people. So for some of these pockets of the continent, where this pain and anguish is actually felt, I stand before you today to say that that concentration is decreasing. That population is decreasing. It's not all perfect yet, but it's better than it ever was, and it's certainly better than it was in my 4 decades on Earth. And you find that when I joined this prestigious diaspora club, and I came out here and sought a better life for myself, I cast my boomerang. And my boomerang left, and it allowed me to get educated and work in wonderful places, travel the world. But this diaspora population that I became a part of was also growing. And I looked at that population and I remembered that entrepreneur who gave birth to me, and my entrepreneur zeal started kicking in. It kicked in because I took elements of my education to find a better job and to give back to the communities that birthed me. But it also kicked in because this community itself created such a great pipeline for this new Africa that I'm pushing forth to tap into. The US Census data shows that the diaspora population in the US, the African diaspora population in the US, has grown from about 80,000 people in 1970 to about 2.1 million as of the last census in 2015. And this represents about 4.8% of the total foreign-born population. So when I speak about this new Africa, and I speak about this activity that we're bringing forth, I want to tell you now that the new Africa that I paint has 3 main actors who are going to be critical to its success. The first actor, I want to call him the expat. And not expert, but the expat, and it's short for expatriate. See, the expatriate was born here in the US. I see some of them in the audience. And for some of you, born here in the US, strong African roots, you read it in the papers, you follow it on Facebook, but that connection is there because you have extended cousins, extended relatives that are out there, and you have that connection to the continent. And you keep telling yourself that at some point you will get back there and you will do some work. So the expat is foreign-born, but with very strong connections to the continent. The repat, like me, was born on the continent. So he's repatriated because he came out, and she came out, to the US or to the West, gained education, gained a better life, but is always going back. That boomerang goes full swing. You're always going back. You're going to do work there. You're going to do projects there. You're going back to family and friends. And you're going back to join this legion that you left behind, and the legion that has actually created such a good foundation that you're incentivized to actually go back. And then there are the globalists, the folks who are not even African, but who recognize Africa's role in the global economy. See, these folks, like many of you in the room, are looking at Africa and looking at that new continent. They're looking at a continent that used to be branded in a variety of ways. At some point, it's Africa rising. At some point, it's a dark continent. You never really know, right? But when you're playing in this global space and you recognize the macroeconomic policies, activities, and directions, you would see that Africa is a remarkable opportunity. So this expat, this repat, and the globalist. And they're all coming together in a very interesting collision course, because the one particular element that they're going to amplify is the Afropreneur. See, I belong to the school of thought that says Africa's economic future will be built on entrepreneurship. And we've chosen to brand that entrepreneur an Afropreneur because we want to localize it and because we want to have that conversation built on African talent, resources, and unique African solutions. So in this case, we have an expat, we have a repat, we have an entrepreneur, and back in that continent, we have the Afropreneur, who stayed back even when the repats left, who's there to welcome the expats when they get back, and who's the token unit for all of the globalists to come in and see what she has done. And we're proud of these Afropreneurs. We know that they are the future, and we know that they're going to be the unit of Africa's success leading into the 21st century and beyond. And you see, in the now famous movie, Coming to America, Eddie Murphy once said he believed the children are the future. I believe that the African children are the future. And in this new Africa that we're painting, a lot of these children are children of the internet. See, the old Africa had a lot of strife and pain. But this new Africa, in this new generation of knowledge economies, even after Africa skipped so many industrial revolutions, are now born into this new knowledge economy where, with the power of the internet and the power of a mobile phone, you have all the information at your fingertips. And for many of these African children, whether they're facing a new code, a new software code that they want to write and learn how to program, or they're just on YouTube learning a new song or taking a new class, the internet and the mobile economy have now become critical tools for Africa's economic future, and a lot of these young kids, including my kids, are now becoming direct beneficiaries of this. Because for every village in Africa where you have a phone, for every city in Africa where you have mobile connectivity, and for every institution in Africa where self-directed learning is the path forward, you're looking at the next generation of leaders in Africa. Because they will seize that opportunity, they will take that initiative, and they will build that economy on their own terms. But I talked about this larger entrepreneurial activity. I talked about this Afropreneur. And I'm very fortunate. See, a day in the life for me includes talking to a lot of African entrepreneurs and guiding them through elements of their business, developing their businesses, seeking capital, seeking partnerships. We run quite a number of programs on the African continent to advance entrepreneurial activity. And in a given year, I talk to hundreds of entrepreneurs, and I meet with a lot of change makers. Now, I mentioned the internet, but these are all not digital entrepreneurs. A lot of these entrepreneurs are social entrepreneurs. They're not just solving technology problems, they're creating impact and solving those billion problems in a billion population economy. Clean water, energy, education, gender empowerment, but they're doing it on African terms. And they're doing it with local resources that point to how it should be done. It's not copy-paste from the West. It's localizing, it's contextualizing, and it's allowing for these next generation change makers to make sure that the Afropreneur creates Africa-centric solutions. And we find that we're very fortunate in the way that we've designed these as well. Because I left the continent, came out here, sought a better life for myself, but I was also specific about how much I wanted to give back. And when my Boomerang took flight and came back to the continent of my birth, entrepreneurship was one of the ways I could give back. But there are a lot of things that are constraints to that system. There are infrastructure challenges. There's talent challenges. In some cases, capital for some of these entrepreneurs to scale. And in some cases, it's the lack of basic formal education that will drive this new 21st century job. And we're very, very intentional about the way we go about this. And that's why this combination of the expat, the repat, and the globalist becomes that critical tool that we know will advance Africa's future. So I seek out a call to action. And I said to myself, well, here's how we're going to go about this. We're going to have a call to action that includes all of those three actors. So if you are an expat, if you were born here and you were thinking about Africa, and your passion for the continent is on a Twitter feed, or it's on a Facebook post, or it's on one of those church programs that has you go into the continent for a few days and come out. Well, I want you to think about Africa now and see the opportunity. The economic opportunity, the level of youth ingenuity, and the technologies that would allow you to participate in a continent that is thriving. If you are a repat, like me, and you came out of the continent in its darkest times, and you were looking for this new opportunity here, and then you're now hearing, it's just filtering out there, how in Kenya, M-Pesa is allowing people to pay through SMS. Well, guess what, folks? That's been going on for 10 years now. Way before Apple got Apple Pay. Way before you could do the smart googly things. Market women in Kenya have been making payments via SMS. So for us repats, sometimes we need to stay connected. And we must. We have a responsibility to. But in staying connected to some of these technology innovations, in staying connected to see how much impact we could give, we need to stay connected to the Afropreneur. We need to reach back out. And we need to make sure that some of the knowledge gaps that she has, some of the intellectual gaps that he has, are things that we can provide because our boomerang has taken flight and is returned. And if you are that globalist, if you have that passion for Africa, if you own one of these shirts in your closet, I want to call you out today and say, hey, here's what you need to do for me. Look around you, find an expat, find a repat, and get on a plane with one of them to Africa. Because at this point, it's no longer about what you can say about your African passion, it's about what you can do. And the Africa that I speak about, this new Africa, it's open for business. It's thriving. And there are ridiculous upside potentials for prosperity. So this is not one of those sappy Africa stories. Not at all. There's great business to be done there. There are great entrepreneurs coming out of there. There are great expats that have passion to give back. And there are great repats that are willing to take that knowledge and give it back. The brain drain that was the bane of Africa's existence in the 80s is now a reverse brain drain that's becoming a fuel for the 21st century. So I urge each one of you to look at your personal boomerang and see when it's going to take flight. Is it going to be an expat? Is it going to be a repat? Or is it going to be a globalist? And for that first boomerang I spoke about, Justina, well, guess what? Her boomerang took flight in Ihiala, Nigeria. And she just became a US citizen about 3 weeks ago, so her boomerang's currently floating in Morgan Hill, California. So that's my Africa. That's the Africa that I see. That's the Africa that I'm rebooting. And that's the Africa that I'm welcoming you to join me on this journey. Because the only way is up. Thank you.
All right, great job, Stephen. Thank you so much. How many of you are students here at Sac State? Raise your hand. Nice. You always know how to grab the best seats. I admire that. And then how many of you are alums? All right. So treat number 2 for you. One of your very own will be coming up to speak, John Davidson. So John Davidson is a CSUS alum. And he has a really diverse professional background, all the way from skateboarding, door-to-door sales, and now he's the head of partnerships, esports, and influencer marketing for GameStop, the world's largest retail gaming retailer, largest specialty retailer. So please give it up for one of your very own, John Davidson.
Where's my clicker? We're off to a good start. You know, when I was first approached with this theme of boomerang, I thought it'd be really fun to actually learn how to throw a real boomerang. I mean, how hard could that be, right? The idea of picking up that smoothly carved, curved piece of wood, tossing it far into the distance and watching it arc across the sky, circle back until it returned to my hand, sounded amazing. What turned to be far less amazing is heaving that chunk of wood far into the distance without it returning. Running after it, picking it up, throwing it again, and running some more. After a long day of disappointment, I was heading home with a sore shoulder and a bruised ego. I started reflecting on some of the things that I really enjoy doing to lift my spirits a bit. Here's some of that list. Physical fitness. Now, I'm not going to be on the next cover of Men's Health magazine by any stretch of the imagination, but working out makes me feel good, gives me confidence and energy. There is no better feeling in the world than rolling away on my skateboard after landing a trick for the first time, especially when it's first try. I like money in my savings account. Who doesn't like that, right? And I can only imagine that I would probably very much enjoy catching a boomerang. Now, of course, I had to avoid being too optimistic, so I started thinking about some things that I dislike. Top of that list is waking up early. No filter on that picture. Yikes. Cardio. I don't know anyone who likes this one. Falling on concrete is something that I'm reminded more harshly of each time I go skateboarding nowadays. Safe. Bringing my lunch to work rather than eating at one of the many delicious restaurants near GameStop headquarters. And lastly, I very much dislike throwing a boomerang into the ground over and over again. Now, as I was looking at both lists and comparing them, I couldn't help but notice that the things I enjoy are very oftentimes the result of successfully and consistently accomplishing things that I don't really like to do. What I realize is that the ability to delay gratification while focusing on a long-term goal brings back around success, like a boomerang. Now, this may sound trivial, but this is actually a very serious issue. We as a society are losing the ability to delay gratification. We're losing it because we are constantly stimulated and have the... Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I put this on. Oh, someone liked my tweet. Sorry, where was I? Stimulation. We're overly stimulated and have the ability to receive immediate gratification now more than any other time in human history. In fact, I didn't realize how much this affects our lives until I started doing some research. We can swipe right, ask Google, copy and paste, take a pill, get Amazon Prime, all of which are very efficient, and efficiency does have a purpose, right? But taking these shortcuts repeatedly over a period of time has some serious implications. The U.S. Department of Commerce, Bureau of Economic Analysis, cites that 57% of Americans only have $1,000 or less in their savings accounts, while 39% have no saving whatsoever. Yale Scientific Magazine discovered that our demand for instant cures, even for minor illnesses, is creating a resistance to antibiotics, which in the years to come could make even routine infections untreatable. And why do we see wireless companies spend millions of dollars on campaigns each year begging people to wait to use their service? Well, TextingAndDrivingSafety.com reports 1.6 million cell phone-related car crashes each year including 11 teenage deaths every single day. Guys, immediate gratification is literally killing us. In addition to these consequences, we also miss out on the benefits of delayed gratification. The Atlantic reports that creative thought doesn't begin until about 15 minutes of boredom. In fact, many of you may start thinking creatively shortly after I stop talking. Forgoing that big, juicy, delicious burger after work and instead eating the freezer burn leftovers I have in my fridge makes a surprisingly large difference in my bank account at the end of each month. And simply going to bed early rather than watching SportsCenter again for the second and third times in a row, if I'm being completely honest, helps set me up for success, give me margin to plan and start the next day. You know, we rarely focus on the process of success, the unsexy, ungratifying tasks required to get us to where we really want to go. For marketers like myself, this can include poring over countless spreadsheets, measuring what we did right and wrong on the last campaign before the fun part, which is concepting and strategizing the next one. Watch any NFL post-game conference, and you'll notice the winning quarterback crediting endless hours in the film room studying the defense that he just defeated. And I know from experience that every Sac State grad has spent far more nights here in the Union and in the AIRC than they ever would have hoped. Am I right? So where am I going with all this? Well, what I want to share with you is that delayed gratification is something that we can learn, something we can improve on, and hopefully share to future generations who are more stimulated and inundated with technology than we are today. However, it's going to take a plan and some purposeful discipline, so I have some homework for you guys. First, I'd like you all to take out your immediate gratification enabler, and I want you to turn off your social media, text message, and email alerts. I just lost the whole room. I didn't say it was going to be easy. Turn those off, and I want you to carry a notepad with you for the next week. On day one, I just want you to mark down each time you check your phone. At the end of the day, I'd like you to set aside a couple hours to count up all of those tallies. And on day two, I cracked myself up. On day two, limit yourself to checking your phone 5 times fewer. Limit yourself by 5 again on day 3, 5 fewer times in day 4, 5. Do it for a week. Now what this is going to do are 2 things. Number 1, it's going to identify the issue. You're definitely going to recognize that desire for immediate gratification. You'll really recognize it the first few days, I can tell you that. Secondly, it shows us that with just a little bit of effort, we do have the willpower to overcome this strong impulse. So how do you apply this? Well, the key is identify an issue that you really need to overcome. Set a goal 6 months from today of where you'd like to be regarding that issue. Add attainable milestones between now and then, allowing you to slowly progress towards your goal. It doesn't have to be cold turkey. I would recommend doing this with a friend, keep you accountable, and keep track of your progress when you inevitably veer off the path. At the end of that 6 months, assess where you are with that issue, if you need to continue working on it, or if you've accomplished your goal, apply the same process to another aspect of your life. As you work through this process, you'll notice that the itch for immediate gratification will start to soothe. You'll find that your accomplishments mean more, and you're actually accomplishing more often. Be patient. Continually remind yourself of that long-term goal. Rome wasn't built in a day. May never have been built if they had Snapchat back then. Am I right? Stay on the path, and don't forget to enjoy the journey. As for me, I'm still working on it. Thank you.
Aren't you proud of who you've raised in this institution and who graduated and who is an alum? All right, round of applause. John, that was excellent. I enjoyed hearing him earlier, and I'm glad that you got a taste of that as well. Our next speaker is only 23 years young, but nonetheless is really driven to crush the stigma around mental health conditions. Her friends would describe her as dedicated, vivacious, a feminist, an intellectual, and a positive role model advocating self-empowerment. When she's not focusing on fighting the stigma of mental health, when she's not focusing on fighting the stigma of mental health conditions and searching for the perfect grad school, you will find her fighting for women's rights. She someday hopes to aid in solving memory problems, both for herself and for millions of others that are affected by this disease. Please give a warm welcome to another one of Sac State's very own, Morgan Glover.
The eyes are the windows to the soul. Actually, the mind is the window to the soul. More specifically, memories are your personal windows to the soul. Our brains are so important to how we feel things that they are the organs that make up the feelings. Your brain exists in regards to you, for you, and only you. No one else has your brain. It's like a fingerprint, but even more special and complex. Having a unique brain has its advantages and disadvantages. We thrive in our uniqueness of thought. But also, brain problems are more difficult to diagnose due to these issues. It's pretty typical for us to think of older adults when hearing the words memory problems because we are inundated with media and research surrounding the types of dementias affecting the elder population. I stand before you at 23 years old as someone who has memory deficits. But also, at 23 years old, I'm striving to become a graduate student and ultimately a researching professional with a focus in learning, memory, and cognition. I first recognized I had memory problems when I was about 14 years old. As if as a budding teenager, I didn't have enough on my plate already with getting braces for the second time, and hormones, and changing schools, and boys, and my period. I realized I had blind spots when I looked to my past. So what can I, a not yet expert, tell you about memory? I do not currently know what type of cognitive deficits I suffer from because memory is looked at as mostly an elderly issue. I've just recently told people about my memory problems, so all the right tests have not been done yet. I kept it a secret because I thought I was dysfunctional since I can't remember things like people around me. Because of this, I've had to teach myself how to learn and remember everything. I would argue that someone with a normal functioning brain has one blind spot, but memory deficits indicate a different story. I not only have one blind spot, but two blind spots. It's like I'm driving on a road to my future with no way to check if I've made the same mistakes before. On both sides I look, not just one. This questioning forces me to face insecurities in my past and myself. You don't know how much of your own life you're missing until someone else has to tell you about it. I understand now that we must use photos, trust, and relationships with others to help make information from the blind spot more real and understandable. With the help of photos, stories, and relationships with others around us, I can better understand my life, even if it's something I don't remember. I know I got eye surgery in kindergarten, and my mom got me a cake matching my misfortune. I had a birthday party. Who knew that happened? I didn't. But through photos, connections, and stories, I have a chance to know again. I can relive 8th grade, where I met one of my cousins for the first time, and realize I'm getting older because I just saw him play soccer like an adult. What about graduation photos? High school on the left, Sacramento State this past May on the right. I still have some of my memories from college graduation, but high school graduation 5 years ago, those memories are long gone. I ran track in high school. I know this because of photos and stories. I'm not sure I would know this if I didn't have these tools that have helped me work through my blind spot. What I have also known, with memory deficits or without, is that I have a family and friends behind me that have taken enough pictures and told enough stories to help keep me going. They love me, even if I look unhappy when I sit between them. The mind is the window to the soul. Memories help us connect with our world and each other. When memories are gone, I must trust others to help me make my blind spot more real. Thank you.
Okay. Another great example, right, from Sac State. Makes me proud to be involved with this community and really to be proud of the Sacramento region as a whole, because we're really starting to go through this rebirth and through this renaissance. And it's really great that you sitting here gets to be a part of that as well. I'd like for you all to do something. If you could just turn to the person to your right and just share in one word something that you have learned so far. Right? Just to the person to your right. And just one word, give it a second, and say one thing in one word that you've learned so far. All right. Okay. This is why I love a creative community. That was more than one word. Can't fool me. I'm in a sweater vest. Means I got it going on, right? Okay. I'm excited to introduce this next act to you. I learned backstage, this is completely off script, but that these two people actually met in dance class, in the dance program here at Sac State, fell in love and got married, right? Is that right? Thank you. I thought, I love that. I thought that was a little amazing. So Diego Campos and Alexandria Espinosa will be performing a piece for us. They are the performers and founders of Impulse Anima. Anima, which of course is the Latin word for soul. So please join me in welcoming them to the stage for their ever-evolving piece, Momentum.
When I was young, I thought my country was the best on the planet. And I grew up singing a song called Nothing to Envy. And I was very proud. In school, we spent a lot of time studying the history of Kim Il-sung, but we never learned much about the outside world. Except that America, South Korea, Japan are the enemies. Although I often wondered about the outside world, I thought I would spend the entire my life in North Korea until everything suddenly changed. When I was 7 years old, I saw my first public execution. But I thought my life in North Korea was normal. My family was not poor, and myself had never experienced hunger. But one day in 1995, my mom brought home a letter from a Caucasus sister. It read, "When you read this, our 5 family members will not exist in this world because we haven't eaten for the past week. We are lying on the floor together, and our bodies are so weak. We are waiting to die." I was so shocked. This was the first time I heard that people in my country were suffering. Soon after, when I was walking past the train station, I saw something terrible that still can't erase from my memory. A lifeless woman was lying on the ground, while an emaciated child in her arms just stared helplessly at his mother's face. But nobody helped them because they were so focused on taking care of themselves and their families. A huge famine hit North Korea in the mid-1990s. Ultimately, more than 1 million North Koreans died during the famine, and many only survived by eating grass, bugs, and tree bark. Power outages also become more and more frequent, so everything around me was completely dark at night, except for the Sea of Lights in China, just across the river from my home. I always wondered why they had lights, but we didn't. This is a satellite picture showing North Korea at night compared to neighbors. This is the Amno River, which serves as a part of the border between North Korea and China. As you can see, the river can be very narrow at certain points, allowing North Koreans to secretly cross. But many died. Sometimes I saw dead bodies floating down the river. I can't reveal many details how I left North Korea, but I only can say that during darker years of the famine, I was sent to China to live with distant relatives. But I only thought that I would be separated from my family for a short time. I could have never imagined that it would take 14 years to live together. In China, it was hard living as a young girl without my family. I had no ideas what life was going to be like as North Korean refugees. But I soon learned it's not only extremely difficult, it's also very dangerous. Since North Korean refugees are considered in China as illegal migrants, so I was living in a constant fear that my identity could be revealed and I'd be repatriated to a horrible fate back in North Korea. One day, my worst nightmare came true when I was caught by the Chinese police and brought to the police station for interrogation. Someone had accused me of being North Korean, so they tested my Chinese language abilities and asked me tons of questions. I was so scared. I thought my heart was going to explode. If anything seemed unnatural, I could be imprisoned and repatriated. I thought my life was over. But I managed to control all the emotions inside me and answer the questions. After they finished questioning me, one officer said to another, "This was a false report. She's not North Korean." And they let me go. It was a miracle. Some North Koreans in China seek asylum in foreign embassies, but many can be caught by the Chinese police and repatriated. This group was so lucky. Even though they were caught, they were eventually released after heavy international pressure. These North Koreans were not so lucky. Every year, countless North Koreans are caught in China and repatriated to North Korea, where they can be tortured, imprisoned, or publicly executed. Even though I was really fortunate to get out, but many other North Koreans have not been so lucky. It's tragic that North Koreans have to hide their identities and struggle so hard just to survive. Even after learning a new language and getting a job, their whole world can be turned upside down in an instant. That's why after 10 years of hiding my identity, I decided to risk going to South Korea. And I started a new life yet again. Settling down in South Korea was a lot more challenging than I had expected. English was so important in South Korea, so I had to start learning my third language. Also, I realized there was a wide gap between North and South. We are all Korean, but inside we have become very different due to 67 years of division. I even went through an identity crisis. Am I South Korean or North Korean? Where am I from? Who am I? Sadly, there was no country I could proudly call my own. Even though adjusting to life in South Korea was not easy, but I made a plan. I started studying for university entrance exam. Just as I was starting to get used to my new life, I received a shocking phone call. The North Korean authorities intercepted some money that I sent to my family, and as a punishment, my family was going to be forcibly removed to a desolate location in the countryside. They had to get out quickly, so I started planning how to help them escape. North Koreans have to travel incredible distances on the path to freedom. It's almost impossible to cross the border between North Korea and South Korea. So ironically, I took a flight back to China and I had to toll the North Korean border. Since my family couldn't speak Chinese, I had to guide them. Somehow through more than 2,000 miles in China and then into Southeast Asia. The journey by bus took 1 week and we were almost caught several times. One time our bus was stopped and boarded by a Chinese police officer. He took everyone's ID cards and he started asking them questions. Since my family couldn't understand Chinese, so I thought my family was going to be arrested. As the Chinese officer approached my family, I impulsively stood up and I told him that these are deaf and dumb people that I was chaperoning. He looked at me with suspiciously, but luckily he believed me. We made it all the way to the border of Laos, but I had to spend almost all of my money to bribe the border guards in Laos. But even after we got past the border, my family was arrested and jailed for illegal border crossing. After I paid the fine and bribe, my family was released in 1 month. But soon after, my family was arrested and jailed again in the capital of Laos. This was one of the lowest points in my life. I did everything to get my family to freedom, and we came so close. But my family was thrown in a jail just a short distance from the South Korean embassy. I went back and forth between the immigration office and the police station, desperately trying to get my family out. But I didn't have enough money to pay bribe or fine anymore. I lost all hope. At the moment, I heard one man's voice ask me, "What's wrong?" I was so surprised that a total stranger cared enough to ask. In my broken English and with a dictionary, I explained the situation, and without hesitating, the man went to the ATM and he paid the rest of money for my family and 2 other North Koreans to get out of jail. I thanked him with all my heart, and I asked him, "Why are you helping me?" "I'm not helping you," he said. "I'm helping North Korean people." I realized that this was a symbolic moment in my life. The kind strange symbolized new hope for me and the North Korean people when we needed it most. And he showed me the kindness of strangers and the support of the international community are truly the rays of hope when North Korean people need. Eventually, after our long journey, my family and I were reunited in South Korea. But getting to freedom is only half the battle. Many North Koreans are separated from their families, and when they arrive in a new country, they start with little or no money. So we can benefit from international community for education, English language training, job training, and more. We can also act as a bridge between the people inside North Korea and the outside world, because many of us stay in contact with family members still inside, and we send information and money that is helping to change North Korea from inside. I've been so lucky to receive so much help and inspiration in my life. So I want to help give aspiring North Koreans a chance to prosper with international support. I'm confident that we will see more and more North Koreans succeeding all over the world, including the TED stage. Thank you.
That is tough to follow. The part I love from that so much is the ATM angel, right? And I know when I was watching that and hearing that, I thought, I wonder if an opportunity is presented to me if I would step up and be an ATM angel or an angel that would help somebody else, a total stranger, right? Just really got me thinking, and I think there's many opportunities. I don't know about you, but I find many times that when we get presented and we're brought into awareness with information like this, there will be a chance within the next 24 hours that we will get to go out and be tested, right? So I think it's really interesting, and I encourage all of you to think about the ATM angel that helped out in that story. Really amazing stuff. We have our next speaker. Again, I think you'll really, really enjoy what he has to say. I would just say he is probably an earthquake specialist, right? We get to hear from a wide variety of speakers, and I'm excited for you to hear from Dr. Kit Miyamoto. He was the recipient of the National Council of Structural Engineers Association's Excellence in Structural Engineering Award. I asked him if he could just make that a little, like put it in some sort of like, you know, shorten that down, but I think it really captures sort of what it's all about. National Council of Structural Engineers. He specializes in high performance earthquake engineering, disaster mitigation, response, and reconstruction. He's an expert consultant to the World Bank projects globally. He was on the front line of the 2010 Haiti earthquake and worked in Haiti to assess more than 430,000 damaged earthquake structures and rebuilt more than 12,000. His current involvement lies in Nepal, where his team has completed over 1,000 assessments and is retrofitting schools and monasteries and high-rise buildings using high-performance engineering. We are really pleased to welcome him to the stage. Come on up, Dr. Kit Miyamoto.
Well, 430,000 buildings. After our sister, I think I lost like 20 pounds doing nothing in Haiti, you know. So I was born in Tokyo, Japan, and growing up there. And after I graduated from high school, when I was 18, I told my mom, Dad, you know what, I'm going to leave into the United States. I'm going to play for Dallas Cowboys. I'm going to play football. My dad would go, okay, whatever, you know, whatever you got to do, what you got to do. So I left Japan and come to this country. I went to college, and I played football for a couple of years. But I blew my knee, and that was the end of my career, unfortunately, for the football. But I had a plan B. Plan B was being an earthquake structural engineer. So that's the story. Now, past 20 years, we lost 750,000 people. 750,000 people by earthquakes. It is actually much more than the combined hurricane death to the flood and drought and everything combined. It's the most lethal weapon out there, actually. And so that's our job to actually see what happened out there and how we can actually reduce this risk. Now, this picture here is taking from Mexico City, which we had an earthquake in September. We lost almost 400 people. In Mexico City alone, the earthquake destroyed about 44 buildings and damaged 3,000 to 4,000 buildings out there. And here's a picture of it. You're going to see this is the old concrete structure, and this is you're going to see down the column started buckling there and started cracking it, and here's a collapse. That's how the building collapsed. That's how the old concrete building collapsed. And here, this building you saw, it's a ground floor collapse in there. That reason is what we call soft story, which means like a tall, high lobby area. That's make it really weak. And that's where they started collapsing like that. It's a tragic, you know. And now, so in Mexico, any buildings built prior to 1985, it's actually pretty dangerous because they had an earthquake in 1985 and the building code changed quite a bit. Before that, it was very dangerous. And this is one of the buildings we went in. So as a California Seismic Safety Commissioner, my mission was to first assess the city, what happened to it, and let's see if we can learn something for the California. But at the same time, the mandate is assist the public if there's a needs. So this one site, the engineers and the Mexican government asked us to assist technically, and because what happened here is this building collapsed. It was like this. Used to be 8-story building, now down to become 2-story. And you can kind of see the layer of concrete. That used to be a floor, you see. So it used to be much buildings just collapsed there. The columns is kind of a little stick, like a concrete stick sticking out. Down used to be columns to support the floors. That's what happened there. Now, so this is built before 1985, so it's a non-ductile concrete structures. That's why it's collapsed like that. And here, it's a really fragile state, and there's plenty of aftershocks going on all the time. And used to at the time, there's about 100 rescue workers looking into this building to reach to the missing people. This building itself killed about 50 people, and when I got there, still 20 people are missing. So my job was to assist the engineers there to make sure the building is stable, because buildings still keep moving it, you know. And because if they try to dig some holes and just unstable things going on, so there's a whole bunch of survey crews out there to measure in it, and that's our mission was. And here's the chief engineer on the site. His name was Jesus, or Jesus. But it's a fantastic fellow, just amazing, such an expert, such a bravery. And he's doing this 100% volunteer effort, providing his expertise, and he's taking a lot of risk out there for himself to get the bodies, essentially, because all the families are still waiting, you know. There's always a hope. So this is how he actually engineered to take the building off from top. You can see that the crane, like a little chain come off, that's supported by crane top there, and I just cut in the pieces and then remove from top. And you see in the back of this building, the steel stairs. That stairs used to be serving this building. So you can see the building kind of went down there. And I met many people actually saved their lives just running away from this building, used the stairs down to the ground, actually. Now let's go to the Sichuan, China. These are pictures I took. Now, so we talked about the concrete structures, all the ones really dangerous, right? You know, now we all know that, and especially that the ground floor is a high floor, what we call soft story. Those are dangerous buildings. Now, many of our schools built that way too. In China, it's no exceptions. So there's magnitude 9 earthquake happened in 2008, especially in China. It was just a bad one because the many schools collapsed. The picture you see here is one of a high school. Let's go close by. Look like a whole bunch of look like kind of a gray spaghetti, almost like, floor it's hanging out. That's a floor it used to be. This school alone, 3,000 students, I bet. And I was there like 1 week after, and as a structural engineer, my really mission suddenly became the helping the rescue worker to get the bodies out. And I have small kids too. They're just like my kids. And just to me, it doesn't make sense to me that schools become like that. Those the family members actually tried to find the belongings from the kids who's missing or dead. Now, schools, why it's so dangerous? Well, that reason is you can kind of picture it. The classroom is large, a lot of window, so architecture kind of make it a little weak. Things going on that usually kind of built pretty rapidly by the public works. And now, this is only China issue, by the way. In Nepal, earthquake in 2015, 7,000 schools have collapsed. Fortunately, that earthquake happened in Saturday, so therefore no students were there. That would be tragic, right? And this earthquake, Sichuan earthquake was to happen in a Monday afternoon, so that's why it's just so bad. It was so bad. Now, California too. We have also a lot of dangerous schools, by the way, believe it or not. Those schools were built in 1940s, 50s, 60s. They're not safe. And we know those. We have actually a list of those schools which need to be strengthening. And that's actually a really important task that we do as soon as possible. Go to the Oregon, Washington. We have schools made of unreinforced masonry bricks. You know how dangerous those things are? These buildings, those old concrete buildings and those unreinforced masonry buildings, they're essentially what I call death box. That's what it is. And our kids in there, and our lives in there. Let's go to the New Zealand, Christchurch. This is a picture taken in 2010, right before the earthquake, actually. It was a vibrant city of about 400,000 people. It's a beautiful town, just heritage buildings. It's a modern city. Right after the earthquake of 6.3, 2011, it began to look like this. They lost about 2,000 buildings out of about 2,400 buildings. Many are mid-rise, high-rise buildings, Why is that? You can imagine maybe a place like a really remote area of Nepal, schools could be, or buildings can be dangerous. But New Zealand, why are they bad? Are they bad engineers, bad contractors? No, they're actually really good. Their building code, their technology, and their engineers probably one of the best in the whole world. Maybe besides the Japanese engineer, could be a little better. But besides that, they're good. Why is that? Because the building code is. There's a myth. Myth is building codes provide you the earthquake-proof building. That's right. If you're going to hire a guy like me and say, hey, design some building and some new big high-rise building, you just think it's earthquake-proof. It's not like that. Look at this building here. It's kinked a little bit, tilted a little bit. What happened at the 11th level, 3 columns ruptured. And when they're ruptured, this whole thing's tilted. No one died. Well, you can't fix a building like this, so they have to take it down. So, yeah, building code can provide what we call minimum life safety protection, but it cannot protect the asset. It cannot provide the functionality after the major earthquake. So it's a big deal. Here's a picture in LA. We have the Miyamoto International, our company has office in one of the high-rise buildings here, 51st level. It's beautiful space. But if the earthquake happens, you know what's going to happen? It's going to swing so a lot. It's probably not going to collapse, but most likely it's going to be like this. Can occupy the building. So for our case, yes, big earthquake in LA or San Francisco, we're going to probably lose a few thousand people. There's no question about it, because we got a whole bunch of old concrete buildings out there. But also, the economical impact is tremendous, because there's no place to work or live. We have to somehow fix them. But if you got the 70-story buildings doing this, it'll be very difficult to fix them. It really has to be that way. Is that really has to be that way? I said no. Actually, we have technologies can address those issues. So yeah, building code is there, but what we can do is we can do high-performance earthquake engineering. Now, this building is the theme building in LAX. That's one of the most beautiful, efficient airport in the world, as you know. And here, there's a beautiful building out here, right? And this is the concrete structure built in the 1950s. And it's seismically dangerous. So what we did there is we add this chunks of steel. Essentially, it's about 4 feet thick of steel, end up to about 30 feet diameter. And we put that on top of what we call isolators. It's essentially a roller. So what happened is if the earthquake starts shaking it, this big mass go in the opposite direction and act as a counterweight almost. So it reduces the reaction of the building below. And its weight is almost a 3 Boeing 747. Sounds like crazy things to do, right? But it actually works. So it's, there's things like that you can do. So you don't have to interrupt the business or anything like that to do things like that. So here's the myth. Myth is really expensive to do seismically strengthening or make it better than building code. No. Usually costs about 3 to 5% of a total building cost to make a building to be much more resilient, city to be much more resilient. And here's Sacramento, California. This is a building built in the 1970s. This is one of those death boxes I call, the old non-ductile concrete structures. But there, with some damping devices like that. What it is a shock absorber. And if you see your car, you got the spring, and you got shock absorber, right? That's what it is, essentially. So when you put it in, take a look, man, this is a beautiful thing, actually. The purple thing is the dampers. You're going to see earthquake starts shaking, the simulation of it. Then before and after picture you're looking at. So this before picture, it's not going to happen like this because it's going to collapse. But you can see that the movement is much less after you put dampers. That makes a big difference, you see. Here's what it looked like. You see, it's a beautiful thing, Structural engineering can be very sexy. That's what you're looking at. You see, she's in one of the most safest place, out there. So here's a takeaway for you. I really want you to know this. One, the building code, just following the building code is just not good enough. If you're going to spend, I don't know, $300,000, $1 million to buy the condo or apartment in, say, San Francisco downtown or anywhere, where LA, I think your assets should be protected, And two, the older concrete buildings, we have 1,000 of these in California and the West Coast and everywhere. Those are unbelievably dangerous. We got to do something about them. And I think it's, to me, like our basic human rights to know you're in a safe place or not, I think you really should find out what kind of building you're in. And three, to make these things safer and much more resilient is not expensive as what seems. I'm telling you, 3 to 5% more cost, you can make a much, much, much better building. Now, last one, school buildings. That's so dangerous. We got to do something about it. Here in the US, in China, everywhere. I think that's extremely critical. So a couple years ago, we formed a non-profit organization called Miyamoto Global Disaster Relief, and this organization is focused on make it safe for the schools. We worked in the schools in Haiti and Nepal and many other places come. You know what? I think you can be part of a solution to doing this. Join us this movement to make things safer out there. It's not that difficult as it seems. That's it. Thank you very much.
Okay, so what do you think so far? Enjoying your experience? All right, round of applause. Good job. So, the next great intellectually stimulating activity is right now, which is we're going to release you for break. Sound good? So what we're going to be doing is as you exit, you'll be receiving an activity sheet. We'd like for you to be able to take that and complete that on your break. And then please make sure that you go around, visit all of our sponsors. Doesn't hurt to say thank you. We always appreciate that. They didn't have to invest their money or contribute to this, and they chose to do so. So please visit the sponsor booths, talk with them, engage with them. I saw some pretty cool swag out there, so grab some swag. But also say thank you. I think that's great. Just thank them for contributing here. The doors are going to open at 3:45, and then we will start promptly at 4 o'clock. So if you go out to Ballroom B, I believe it is through the doors that way. Am I pointing the right way? That way. So go exit through the doors that way and into Ballroom B. So give yourselves a round of applause. You did great. And we'll see you all at 4.
Hi, everybody. So we are the Sac State Vocal Jazz Ensemble, and we're really excited to be here. So thank you for having us here at TEDx. It's awesome, so thank you to everybody. We want to tell you a little bit about the song we're about to sing. This is a song I wrote called Boomerang, which is kind of the theme of the whole session today. And it's basically about an emotion that I feel like we all go through in life, where sometimes it feels like life is a little bit stagnant and not really changing, and it's not really going the way you want. And sometimes we get a little impatient. And so what I think is that every moment and every experience has its time in the grand scheme of things, and as we're waiting for our time to come, the best thing we can do is just kind of put love out into the world and see what happens. So that's what this is about, and we hope you enjoy. This is Boomerang. Here you go.
Sunrise, look at myself in the mirror. Whose child am I? Tongue-tied, looking for all the answers, searching for signs. Every moment has its time. Every star learns how to shine. Every time I give my love away, it comes back to me better than before, better than before. Every time I give my love away, it comes back to me better than before, better than before. Moonlight, thinking about my mother, gentle and kind. She said, patience, these are just passing seasons, changing in time. All your plans will fall in line, every star learns how to shine. Every time I give my love away, it comes back to me better than before, better than before. Every time I give my love away, it comes back to me better than before, better than
Every time I give my love away, it comes back to me better than before, better than before. And every time I give my love away, it comes back to me better than before, better than before. Every time I give my love away, it comes back to me better than before, better than before. Every time I give my love away, it comes back to me better than before, better than before.
All right, what a great way to come back from a break. I just want to brag on the Sac State Vocal Jazz Group, just some things that might interest you. They took first place at the Reno Jazz Festival in 2017, and they were awarded the 2017 Downbeat Magazine Student Music Awards for Best Vocal Jazz Ensemble. The Sac State School of Music Vocal Jazz Program has been awarded over 20 Downbeat Magazine Student Music Awards, and the program placed first in 2016 and 2017 at Monterey Next Generation Jazz Festival in the Collegiate Vocal Jazz Division. So one more time, let's give them a round of applause. So you ready to hear from our next speaker? Oh, okay. All right. I mean, if that's how you feel about it, right? Let me ask one more time. Ready to hear from our next speaker? There we go. All right. So, Isaac Serwanga, a best-selling author, speaker, and educational consultant, and self-proclaimed world's greatest uncle. He graduated from Princeton in 2013 and then went on to create Profound Ivy, a career mentorship program for Princeton University students, which has served as a springboard for his newly released book, How to Network in College. Taking on his passion to teach and speak, he now travels all throughout California, delivering motivational speeches and informative workshops under the names Inform and Inspire. Please give a big round of applause for our next speaker, Isaac Serwanga.
How's everybody doing? Good, good, good. I want to take you back to a day, June 4th, 2013. It was graduation for me, and it was mixed emotions. On one side, I was elated to graduate from the #1 academic institution in the country. I was excited. On the other end, and we have some college graduates here, to graduate unemployed kind of hurts your gut a little bit. But it raised some questions. And I can remember one of my good friends giving me a book. And the book changed my perspective. The book was Never Eat Alone by Keith Ferrazzi. It talked about his journey, his professional journey, as he used networking and building relationships to not only grow professionally, but personally. So I thought to myself, if it could work for him, maybe I should try it. So the next 6 months I did, and the results were amazing. Instead of looking for jobs, instead of reaching out, jobs were coming to me. JP Morgan, NCAA, Princeton University. I was amazed. I was excited for myself, but more so, it raised the question in my mind. How was I getting these results? And number two, why aren't our academic institutions, why aren't our colleges and our high schools teaching young people this very important skill set? This inspired me. So I went back to my alma mater and I wanted to tell my friends. Profound Ivy was a program that was a passion project, but it grew to so much more. And over the course of 3 years, I wanted to teach these principles of networking to young people just like me, so that when graduation comes, they wouldn't experience that same feeling. Over the course of 3 years, results were great. Over 90% of the students that were in Profound Ivy landed their dream internship or their dream job at the end of the year. So this again, I asked myself a question. College undergraduates rather, they understand the principles of networking. But how can we take this ever so important detail, this thing called networking, and apply it to young people? I thought long and hard. A year goes by, and I go to Compton, California, and I'm asked to teach networking to students. Of course, I say it's great. Catch. Now they're elementary students. You guys laugh because you understand there's a little bit of a different pace there. I remember the first time I walked in the classroom, and I'm thinking to myself, how do you teach this complex topic, but ever so important to young people? So I asked the crowd, and I say, does anybody have a dream? And a young man by the name of Alejandro, he's about 4 feet tall, but his arm shot to the sky. He said, I have a dream, I have a dream. I said, Alejandro. And he stood up, and he said, my dream is to be a lacrosse coach, like my lacrosse coaches. And I said, okay, he has a dream. And I thought to myself, this is important here. He knew something. There was some conviction there. So I want to share with you what I believe can be incredibly important for young people. How do we teach young people the principles of networking? 3 bones to networking. 3 simple bones. And you guys all know this. We all know this. It's common sense. But sometimes common sense is not common practice. Right? So the first bone of networking, wishbone. Whether you're a college graduate or you're in elementary school, what do you want? And who can help you attain that? Alejandro had it. He wanted to be a lacrosse coach. And he knew that he had to reach out to a lacrosse community to take that very next step. Bone number 2, jawbone. Now there's 2 components to a jawbone. Competency and humility. Competency and humility. Competency. Do you know what you're talking about? Have you done your research? One of the reasons I believe Profound Ivy was so good at producing results was because before students would reach out, we made sure that they did research on their industry, and then their company, and then the department, and then the position, and then the individual. So before they began to network, they had so much extensive knowledge, by the time they opened their mouths, people were intrigued to hear what they had to say. The other part of networking, the other part of that jawbone, humility. You could know everything in the world, but if people don't like you, they will not help you. One simple part of humility is this, and I'm wearing his shoes. These are Gary Vee shoes, and he has his principle that he says, and it's 51-49. Whenever we make a relationship and we're trying to connect with someone, it's usually 50-50. But in networking, if we can learn how to be the 51, if we can learn how to give more, if every time we reach out to someone, we could look and say, what is it that they're looking for and how can I help? It puts us in a position to succeed. And last but not least, my favorite, the last bone that we need to network is the backbone. Persist, persist, persist. The most common word in networking is the word no. You'll hear it over and over again. I like to tell students this story, and I'll tell it to you the same way. I wanted to become an author. I had no idea how to begin. Very simple formula, and I wanted to follow my own advice. I wanted to reach out to 10 authors who wrote in the particular area that I wanted to write in. I read 10 of their books. At the end of their book, I saw their email. I reached out to the 10 authors. Of the 10 authors I reached out to, 2 replied to me. Of the 2 that got back to me, 1 responded, and he was a best-selling author, and I'm so excited, and I opened the email, and it says, good luck. But there was 1 guy, a guy by the name of Adam, someone who I still talk to this day. Adam called me. Adam spoke to me on the phone for 3 hours. Adam taught me how to market a book, how to publish a book, how to write chapter by chapter. And at the end of our call, Adam told me, call me when you finish chapter 1. Powerful. Powerful. Through networking. That was my passion to become an author, and networking got me there. The reason why I believe these 3 bones to networking is so crucial in today's world is because young people have to understand this is a skill set. I envision a time where networking is taught just like math, just like reading, just like writing, because in the 21st century, I truly believe that networking is the currency of our age today. An individual who has the ability to make connections with one another, you'll always be in a place where you can progress, where you can go forward. Skill sets are okay, right? Most people think of networking as a skill set. But I hope with today, and I hope going forward, that we can start to teach younger people that networking is also a skill set, but it's also a mindset. The people to your left and your right can help you in ways you couldn't possibly imagine. Right? I desperately believe that. So if any of you know young people, and you're saying, what do you want to teach them? 3 bones to networking. Wishbone, state what you want. Jawbone, ask with competency and humility. And last but not least, backbone, persist. Thank you, guys.
My mom is a strong black woman who raised her kids to have the same sense of strength and pride.
Because it really talks about how conviction leading to action does equal something really extraordinary. So I'm glad that we all got to share and watch that together. I am so excited to introduce the next speaker to you, not just because of the content that he is going to share with you, but because he just has the coolest name, right? Charlton Churchill. Is that like an amazing name? I love it. So we'll all get a chance to practice that in a minute. But if that name doesn't ring a bell with you, you may not be familiar with his appearance on the Kelly and Ryan Show, People Magazine, Today Show, Vogue, ESPN, or on the covers of various and many popular photography and wedding magazines. Charlton Churchill was featured on as one of the top 100 wedding photographers in the USA and Canada in 2016, and has earned the title as the first photographer to document a wedding at Mount Everest Base Camp. His adventurous pursuit has earned him awards such as the Sunny Impact Award for his humanitarian work in Nepal. And when he isn't making headlines or daring to make a headline as a photographer, his work also consists of being a spokesman for Nikon and Profoto, speaking across the country at conferences and colleges and universities, and holding numerous workshops. Probably don't need to say more, but let's all say it together and welcome to the stage. Ready? Charlton Churchill. So weak. One more time. Charlton Churchill. Welcome.
That's a mighty introduction there. So after hiking to Mount Everest Base Camp for 9 days with my wedding couple in 0 degrees temperature, Fahrenheit, with my couple James and Ashley, we decided to get on a helicopter and fly down the mountain. James, our groom, had been experiencing signs of altitude sickness. He actually woke up the night before, catching his breath around midnight. And we got scared because we thought, he's not going to make it to base camp. So this is the image here, getting on the helicopter. It was pretty scary. We're supposed to spend 2 nights and 2 days at base camp. We ended up doing 1 hour and a half to get wedding pictures, get food in our bellies, get packed, and fly off. So it was really quick. So today, I want to introduce you to a new niche in wedding photography and photography itself, adventure wedding photography. 3 things that I love: adventure, weddings, and photography. What's so funny? Why is everybody laughing? Did I say anything funny? Okay. So how did I get started? Well, first my dad took me adventuring, camping, hiking. He taught me to go hunting and fishing and loving every day, as Luke Bryan sings. You guys know that song? Okay, no one's laughing. All right. But then I thought I wanted to get into something more challenging, so I took up high altitude mountaineering. And this is on Denali in Alaska, trying to go above the clouds and push myself and learn a lot of techniques in outdoor mountaineering and high altitude mountaineering. So some of these shots here are on Denali. This is a freezing guy who has frosty beard, who was suffering from hypothermia, so we had to get him quickly to 14,000 camp in a warm tent with some hot chocolate. The team was gone pretty far behind us. There was no trail. The snow had blanketed the trail, so we're walking through a minefield of crevasses, and I'm leading the way. And then I also lead teams on mountains. So this is Denali at 7,000 feet. It does not look like it, but it is. And I took a group up there, and we made the summit of Denali. And this girl here in the yellow jacket, she was on our team with her brother. She passed away the next year. So mountaineering, high altitude mountaineering, is a dangerous sport. But I thought, how can I make more of it in my wedding photography? Because that's what I was doing. I was photographing weddings for a living. I loved it. It's great. I still do it today. I photographed 35 to 40 weddings. But I thought, how can I make it adventurous, right? So I thought, I'm going to photograph a couple on a cliff somewhere. And I found a spot that nobody had photographed before. And I went there with a couple, and I photographed it. And I thought, I could keep doing this. And so I did. We went to Half Dome, hiked 16 miles round trip. I've done it over 40 times by myself just for fun, for exercise. I love that place. And then I thought, I'm taking a bride. It's midnight. She's tired. I'm tired. And I thought, I'm going to take her and the groom to this spot where I get some star shots. And she was tired. I said, just trust me. I have a vision for this. You have to trust me. She said, okay. And she fell asleep on the way there. It was an hour drive. We get there. It's really late. I'm tired. I take my picture. I said, see? And we got this picture. And they were like, whoa. So this is what happens when you push yourself to things you really want in life and you have a vision for something. You go after it. You fight for it. And then in the wilderness, you see bears. Lions, tigers, oh my, no, I'm kidding. We see, last month I saw a rattlesnake. A groom was sitting here like this, and a rattlesnake was coming towards him. And we're like, hey, you got to move. There's a rattlesnake there. So, I mean, we eat rattlesnakes, and not them, of course I do. But last year, a groom was picking up a bride, and he dropped her, not like in a bad way, just put her down, and she went through a hole, and a hornet's nest came out under her wedding dress. And yeah, you're exactly my reaction. I ran. And she took her whole wedding dress off. She was naked. She had Spanx on. But she's doing this, like swatting things. And she's getting stung like 20 times. He's getting stung too. I'm running for my life. I ain't getting stung. I'm out of here. I couldn't even take pictures of that. So wild animals, bears, hornets, like the Sacramento State here, University, right? Running in Iceland, middle of the road for no reason at all, just having an adventurous running time. And then taking a couple to Alaska. In a glacier. We don't even know where we're going. We're just going for an ice cave adventure and hopefully hoping to find it. Coming down with the makeup artist here down the glacier, the lake, and then out enjoying the view of the beautiful lake. Just sitting there. And of course, you guys might think, you're dumb, you're crazy. Well, I am, but not that crazy. We had another guy come out there with an orange jacket, not a prisoner, but just an orange jacket, jumping up and down, making sure that place was pretty safe for the bride and groom. So we're all about safety. And then I just said, just stand there and take in the moment. Just breathe. Just take it all in. And then we finally got to where we wanted to, and that was this place, an ice cave. Oh, that's just the first part. The second part is what I really wanted, this shot. There's no lights behind the snow cave here. This is all inside the cave. And then went to Norway, to the fjords. They call them fjords. Hiked 4 miles to get there. To a bride on a cliff with a sunset view. And then they climbed up this huge cliff rock face to get to a shot that I always wanted, because I was going to go there and get this shot with another couple or some couple eventually. But I finally found this place with this couple. They hiked up, and I finally got my shot that I wanted. And here is that shot. On a cliff. They're a little small, but it's a landscape epic shot. So this is what I do. I do adventure weddings. This is what I do. And how did I get started? Well, small deposits. Small deposits. I invested my life slowly over time. My wife knows, she's here in the audience. I made a list of all the things I wanted, how much it would cost to get them, pictures, nice little cute pictures next to them. And I crossed up, each time I bought something on Amazon or wherever, I crossed it off. I got that, because I'm going to go climb Mount Everest. So I made this long list, so I made small deposits. It's like a bank account. Well, some of you have bank accounts, right? Small savings accounts. You just make small deposits in those accounts until you eventually buy what you want, a car or a house or whatever. That's what we all do here. If you want something so bad, it's not a big thing at first. It's a lot of little steps along the way. It's small investments, college training, workshops. I took classes mentored by people who climbed Mount Everest without oxygen. I took avalanche training, crevasse rescue training. I fell in a crevasse, but I was roped up. I was cool. But I took a lot of classes. I invested myself in this, right? So here, I'm on Denali again. This is one of my toughest climbs ever, harder than Everest. We have a tent. You dig 4 to 6 foot down, and this is what you get without a tent. You dig these little holes so 10 people can fit in a little cave so the wind doesn't hurt you. Also, number 2, I want to do something different. If you want to succeed in business, you can't copy somebody else. You got to do something different from somebody else. And so I wanted to be different. And so what I did was I thought, you know what, it'd be so great if I could photograph a bride and groom on Mount Everest base camp with a wedding dress. Never been done before. I looked online, Googled, no one's ever done it. I thought, that'd be awesome. So, what is that? It's the purple cow. Who's ever read the book Seth Godin, Purple Cow? Some of you have. The idea is this. There's a brown cow, there's a black cow. You've seen those all before. You're like, oh, yawn, boring, whatever. Okay, no one cares. You see a purple cow, right? You're like, what? Seriously? You pull over, you take an iPhone shot, you put it on Facebook or Instagram, it goes viral, repost. People are flying from China and Kuwait or wherever, and they're going to get a picture of this purple cow because no one's ever seen a purple cow before. My purple cow is Mount Everest with a bride and groom in a wedding dress. Third, my obstacles and my failures, and I've had plenty of those, became the very fire to push me on the hardships of my life to get to where I'm at today. And there's a lot of those too. You will have failures and you will have obstacles, and you need to fight past those. You can either be a victim or a victor of your circumstances. If you're the victim, you say, my situation is too hard, I can't do this, I give up. Victor says, I'm going to keep pressing on. So what happened? We're going to move through this real fast. Everest 2015, got a phone call. We want to go to Mount Everest. Cool, so do I. Let's go. We go. Halfway up on the mountain. We're climbing up around 13,000 feet. An earthquake hits. 7.8 earthquake in Nepal, killing thousands of people. We had 36 Sherpa on our team. They all lost their homes. We had 26 yak. 6 of them fell off the cliff and died. The whole place was shaking. People were screaming. I thought, is this natural in Mount Everest? Does this happen all the time? Sirens going off like a World War II siren. I was like, what is going on? And the ground's rolling. People are jumping out of windows. Everybody's running for their lives. I'm like, I'm going to die. This is crazy. And so we get through this, and we realize there's news everywhere, news of my house. It's just going crazy. We're stuck at this camp for 4 or 5 days. So as we're going down, we go to the Sherpas and their homes. And this guy here, he says, come. Doesn't speak any English except come. And he says this next. As he's showing me to different homes, he says, all gone. All gone. Every house you walk through, it's a person's home. He would say, all gone. All gone. And the bride and groom, they said, this is it. We're not getting married. This is too traumatic, too hard. 4 days later, we're walking down. I said, I understand. They said, this is hard, but if we can turn something beautiful out of the brokenness, then let's do that, because it's very sad and traumatic. Let's take something broken and make it beautiful out of this, like a flower. And so that's what they did. They got married in this place right here, in a temple. And I'll tell you what, we were sad for 4 or 5 days, and then when they got married, this was the first happy moment we had for the whole week. The Sherpas were laughing. The people were crying and laughing. I was happy. They were happy. It was a great picture of them rising from the ashes. And this is a shot here, right here, of them overcoming all odds. And that's what we did. So when I get back home, my friends are like, you're probably not going back to Mount Everest, are you? That's crazy. That's just crazy. I'm like, I am going back. And I prayed. And I said, God, please provide another couple, because it's pretty hard to find a couple for Mount Everest. And so a couple called and said, hey, we found you on Instagram. We want you to do our wedding somewhere. I said, where? I said, I don't know, someplace tropical. I said, how about Mount Everest? But in actuality, they are truly adventurers. They hike a lot of big mountains, but they're like, that's awesome. I'm like, yeah, it is. Let's do it. So we hiked, and we flew there in the Himalayas, and we landed at the most scariest, most dangerous airport in the whole world, Lukla Airport. It's like a short runway with a big cliff. Yeah, exactly. And then the couple's walking across the bridge near the place where the earthquake happened. And then we're hiking through, and it's really getting hard for the groom and bride. And by the way, it was the coldest winter they had all year. It was the most snow they had all year. It snowed so hard. It was 0 degrees. We're like, there was snow in my bedroom. My bed had snow underneath the bed. I'm like, this is crazy. But we finally get to base camp. We finally arrive, and we're staying there in the Himalayas, surrounded by all these intimidating mountains. We're like, whoa, we're here. This is crazy. And they're standing, and they're exchanging vows. And then they get a shot, and they're like, this is epic. This is so amazing and so rare. Who does this? We do. And we stand there. I get a few photos of them. I said, I got the shot. And this is the shot I got. And they're cold. Yes, it is 0 degrees. 18,000 feet near, we're actually a little higher. And when he has gloves on, he's really cold. He's got a huge cough that's going on. And then they exchange vows right in front of the Khumbu ice fall. That's where people fall in the crevasses a lot, right? They have ladders connected to each other with like cords and ropes. Yeah, we're right in front of that right now. And then they exchange vows and kisses and saliva too, of course, as they're doing this, right? And then there's the beautiful shot, a closer shot there. And then we have a tent shot where they're just enjoying, like, wow, we are here at Mount Everest Base Camp. This is so surreal. We're doing this. And then a fashion shoot real quick with glasses on, right? You have to have that. And then a bride. And Mount Everest is the black mountain behind those white mountains with that cloud spin-off. She's standing right there in front of it. And then I had to get a groom shot too. He's just so cool, this hat, his beanie. And then walking on a little glacier here, just walking across a glacier. You can hear like rocks crumbling below and water, you know, and there are avalanches in the background. It's like, this is amazing. So, adventure. How I got here is I've made adventure a part of my life and a part of my business. What is adventure? Some of us think adventure is fun. Let me close with this. Adventure is taking a chance. It's exciting. It's an unusual experience. It's an uncertain outcome too, right? Like, I'm not sure what's going to happen. I have a vision, but I want to close with this. When you have an adventure, when you create an adventure, you create an experience. And when you create an experience, you create a story, an emotional story, right? So this is a story here I'm going to close with. The day of the wedding, we're hiking out to base camp. The day they're getting married, picture of a landscape. It's beautiful. I get home. I process the images. I see 2 hearts in the sky, one empty, one full like a puzzle piece. That day they got married is the day that the 2 hearts became one. Adventure has stories. Create your adventures through your business, through your family. Make adventures happen. Do something different. Be challenging. Thank you very much.
So of all the speakers that we've had up until this point, that dude was the only one that was doing push-ups behind the screen there, right? I was like, well, if I did that more often, you wouldn't have a pudgy guy in a sweater vest being your MC. Let me talk about our next speaker. You're in for some great learning. Paul Cocovillo is the controller of the consumer hardware group at Facebook. Have you all heard of that organization? Yeah. We get to hear him today. He joined Facebook in 2014 from Microsoft, shortly after Facebook acquired virtual reality company Oculus Inc. His primary responsibilities at Facebook include helping the company develop and position the hardware manufacturing function, which supports production of the Oculus product line, as well as the new Facebook Building 8 innovation efforts. Prior to working at Facebook, Paul was the inventory controller at Microsoft in Redmond, Washington, where he was responsible for managing the team, overseeing accounting, reporting, and controls for the Microsoft hardware manufacturing division that produced Xbox and the Surface product lines. Also something equally as impressive, right, is that Paul received his MBA right here from Sac State, and in fact on Wednesday he was the MC for the pitch competition that they held here. Please, a warm welcome for one of your own, Paul.
So what if I was to tell you that as humans, we disregard most of the information that's thrown at our brains every single day? It's not that shocking. You've probably even heard that one. But let me go one step further. What would you think if I told you that one of the big reasons for that is that that information coming at us on a day-to-day basis is being fed to us in a way that our brains are preconditioned to ignore and to disregard it? And what if I was to go one step further than that and say, if we corrected for that, we could open up a whole new world of experiences every day to people that otherwise would simply just ignore them and let them go unexperienced. Now I know some people are thinking about that and saying, no way. There's no way I can be that tuned out in the world. No way. Well, let's do a quick exercise to illustrate this point. Take a look at the picture behind me. How does this picture make you feel? What does this picture make you feel? It's a difficult question to answer. You don't have much in the way of context around this photo. You don't know who these people are. You may not know where this photo was taken or when, the circumstances around it. And because of that, it's very difficult to make any type of meaningful connection with the people here. This is simply just a two-dimensional photo on a two-dimensional screen. But if you think about it, I mean really think about it, this is how we get most of our information in the world today. If you're like me, probably carrying around a cell phone in your pocket, or you use your computer to browse the internet, or you watch television, like all of us do. These two-dimensional screens are our gateway to the world. They're all around us. They're how we connect today. This is challenging for us as humans on a very basic level. And what do I mean by that? Well, two-dimensional screens, by definition, are going to be very limiting. And I'm going to bet a lot of people in this room have experienced this for themselves, but you may have not even noticed it. For example, maybe you used a video conference program like Skype or FaceTime when you couldn't be with family. Maybe you were separated by distance, or you couldn't make it to a birthday party. You may have caught yourself saying something like, I wish I could be there, or I wish you were here with me. In a way, that's us admitting that we cannot connect and engage with the content on the other side of that screen in the way we need to. We can't connect with our family in the same way. We're separated. That screen is separating us from that emotional connection that we need to feel complete as humans. Today we have the internet and the media speeding information to us faster than ever before. But our ability to experience that content in the way it was intended by the producer or the creator of that content is limited. This is where virtual reality has the potential to help us make a significant step forward in connecting with each other, in connecting with different content, different people all around the world. How's it going to do that? Well, let me explain it to you this way. First, what it's going to do is virtual reality is going to add a third dimension. Now, that's one of several things that has to happen to bridge the difference between a two-dimensional screen and a real-world experience. But it's a big step forward. Why is that? Well, I'm going to ask you to do one more thing with me to help illustrate this point. Think about a memory, a powerful one, something that has significance to you. You got it? Okay. If you start to boil down that memory now, you're going to start to get pieces of context around it. You may remember what the weather was like that day. Maybe it was raining. Maybe it was sunny. You remember who the people were that were around you. You remember the experiences. You may even remember some very finite details, such as what was the color of the walls, or the floors, the ceilings, things that are around you. Most importantly, you're going to remember how you felt. You will never forget how you felt. All of these aspects of context tie together to give that memory, power, significance. We as humans do not focus on that single data point at the middle. We think about it. We understand context around it. What is happening around us? If I look left or if I look right, I remember all of these things together. It tells me how I feel. This is how us as humans experience the world today. And this is how two-dimensional screens filter us out from the world, prevent us from making this critical human connection. Let's go back for a minute now to that photo we talked about just a few minutes ago. And let me show it to you now in a slightly different way. So, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to put on this virtual reality headset. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to start looking around. One of the first things you're going to notice is that I can start to get a sense of what's outside of the field of vision. I can tell I'm in a rural area. And if I start to let this play now, I can start to pick up other elements of context. I'm in a village. I can pick up subconscious context, body language. I can see how people interact. I can start to understand social interaction. And the longer I stay here, the more I'm going to pick up of this. I can start to get a sense of what life is like in this village. I can tell it's a warm day. And I can almost start to understand what it's like to be here, even though I'm not physically there. I've only been here a couple of minutes. But if I was to stay there longer, I could pick up a lot more context, a lot more understanding. This video is called I'm 8. It was part of Bill Gates' travel blog. It's shot in 360 video format, which is a much more immersive content format than simply 2D standard formats that you've all seen on video before. Why? Because Bill Gates wanted to share what it was like as much as possible to physically be there, to look around, to pick up all those elements of context. All of those things that made that memory so powerful that we talked about just a few minutes ago can now start to get replicated in this experience. It brings you much closer to the experience than simply if I was watching it on television or whatnot. When people are watching virtual reality content, high quality virtual reality content, and what I mean by that is, let me talk about something technical for a minute. High quality virtual reality content is content that runs at 60 frames per second or better, field of vision of 120 degrees or wider, with a resolution of 1080p, and these are just rough numbers. This isn't a hard and fast rule, but somewhere in this range, something really interesting happens. Somewhere in this range, your brain no longer distinguishes between this simulated image and real life. Now that's significant. Why is that significant? Well, people who are experiencing high quality virtual reality content starts to experience subconscious layers of the brain that don't happen when you're watching on television or something basic like that. The fight or flight response starts to get engaged. Emotion, spatial orientation, balance. If you've ever experienced virtual reality, you'll know that your brain is telling you you're moving in a direction or you're looking in a certain way, but in reality, you're standing completely stationary. In this way, your brain is starting to understand what this image is or what this experience is. But it's interpreting it in a way you would experience a human interaction in the real world. And that's significant. Virtual reality can be used for a lot of different things. There are so many use cases in the world today about what virtual reality can be used for. Empathy, cross-cultural experiences. Think about it any time you've been told you had to have been there, or I just can't explain in words. And why is that? That's because virtual reality is very experiential. It's a technology that has to be experienced. For example, I can stand here and I can try to explain to you what it's like to fly. Think about it this way. I can stand here all day, but no matter how hard I try, no matter how eloquently or how detailed I try to explain what it's like to be off the ground, my words are not going to register in your brain in the same way as being physically off the ground. That same sensation doesn't get activated by simply telling you words. And we understand this, but we don't know why we understand this. Because we say things like, I just couldn't explain it. You had to have been there. But now we can go there. Now we can get to experience like walking a mile in somebody else's shoes. The proverbial experience. Just like I was showing you for a minute ago, watching this little village in rural Nigeria. If I was watching television, I probably wouldn't be able to think about what that life is like. But being in the middle of it, have it operate around me, starts to register on different levels. Emotion starts to get engaged. It starts to become more human. There's a lot of debate in the world today about if virtual reality is the right tool for this. This is a great debate. I can tell you right now, this is not going to be settled with words, for the very reason I just explained before. Virtual reality has to be experienced to be understood. I simply can't tell you how it's going to help us in the future. So here's my challenge to you today. Don't prejudge virtual reality as simply a new gaming system, or a new way to watch movies, or just another way to tune out the rest of the world. Think of it as a way to tune in the rest of the world, to connect with an experience that you may have only read about, or that maybe you've seen on TV, but you want to understand it more. You're just not getting as much as you need from a news story or from a publication somewhere. So experience virtual reality for yourself. But more importantly, experience virtual reality as a way to get in touch with the rest of the world. And in doing so, make the world more human. Thank you very much.
All right, you have all been doing amazing. Does anybody need to do a stretch break before we hear from our final speaker? Fair warning, no? Sedentary is good? Okay, then let's move on and get into it. John Grant is an author, consultant, and entrepreneur, former co-founder of the trailblazing employee-owned creative agency St. Luke's, which was featured in Harvard Business Review and Fast Company. John has written 7 books on brands, innovation, sustainability, including the award-winning Green Marketing Manifesto. Truly a thought leader in my industry, John's work has included working with clients like the BBC, Cisco, Ernst & Young, IBM, IKEA, Lego, Microsoft, and so many more. What a great speaker to end this amazing day today. Please help me welcome John Grant.
Good afternoon. What I want to do today is tell you a contemporary Aesop's fable. It's a story about how business can thrive if it reaches beyond its own narrow interest. Now, as I'm sure many of you know, Aesop's fables often involve pairs of animals. You've got the hare and the tortoise, the dog and the fox, the serpent and the eagle. And my story is about the bees and the wasps. And to explain what I'm going to describe as the bee business model and the wasp business model, and because this is a contemporary Aesop's fable, I'm going to draw on a bit of current science just to pepper the story and explain my terms. So let's begin. Once upon a time, the ancestor of the modern bee was a species of wasp that hunted in flowers. Now, many of you probably know the way that wasps make a living is they find prey insects, they sting them, which paralyzes them. They then carry them alive back to their young. They dissect them, and they feed them to their young. Now, that's how social wasps do it. Solitary wasps don't take out, they eat in. What they do is they find the prey insects, they sting them, they lay their eggs in them, and the young eat their way out. Now, I'm sorry to share such gruesome details, but I want to say this is not a particularly ethically attractive way to make a living. I call it exploitative, and my reason for using that term is that, think of it in pie graph terms, somebody else has baked a lovely, fat, juicy pie, then along come the wasps, and they've taken their cut. So that's the exploitative model. Now, you remember I said that the particular ancestors of our bees were wasps that hunted in flowers. So when they brought their prey insects home, they would have been coated in protein-rich pollen. And if there was a wise goddess of evolution, Athena, let's say, she might have looked at this and thought, my, that pollen is super rich in amino acids, and it's so easy to catch. And so, 80 million years before Ellen DeGeneres, before Natalie Portman and others made it fashionable, our bees became vegans. But they didn't stop there. Now, the fate of the bees and the fate of the flowers were inextricably linked, and you've got this boomerang effect going along, and suddenly the bees started doing everything to help the flowers. So the bees developed what's called scopal hairs, big hairy backs so they could carry more pollen, and actually pollen baskets so they could carry even more. They developed a communication system which is mind-boggling. If you think about the traffic going into a current airport and the way that air traffic control works, now imagine doing that in a bee colony where you will have seen the famous waggle dances, where they tell the other bees where the flowers are. But did you know that an average bee colony will visit 2 million flowers every day using this hugely efficient model of communication? And consider this, a single bee all day will only visit one species of flowers. And why is that? Well, if they turn up at a rose, it's no good them being covered in marigold pollen. And so you can see through this that the bees are really behaving in a way that I call generative. And what I mean by generative is not just generous or not just generating growth, but they're looking after future generations. Next year's flowers are being looked after by these bees, and those flowers are going to look after next year's bees. So that's the generative model. And back at that pie graph, what the bees are doing is they're growing the whole value of the pie. And I call this the generative model. Now, that's my theory, and every time I see a business, I see one of these two models. I see some businesses behaving generatively, developing what Michael Porter, the business guru, called shared value, in that they're working to maximize financial value, but also social value in everything they do, and they're behaving generatively. And you see many other businesses that are behaving just like the wasps. Somebody else makes a big fat pie, and they're very cleverly working out an angle to take a cut. So that's the theory. But no theory of human society could ever be all that interesting until we get down to scandal, name-calling, and gossip. So let's talk about bankers. Why is it that some industries, banking for example, are so unpopular in the public perception? It's not just recently, but for hundreds, thousands of years, people doing what bankers do has been criticized. And the criticism is along the lines that I've been describing. People say, well, somebody else worked incredibly hard to save that money, to grow that business, and then bankers are just turning up and they're taking a cut. And it looks unfair. The pharmaceutical industry gets criticized a lot, and most medicines in the world are discovered in universities, in science parks, but then the pharma companies snap up the patent, and then they're criticized for exploiting those patents. Corporate lawyers, tabloid journalists, whenever you find an unpopular industry, usually the accusation is that they're just being a bit waspish. So this raises some questions. So one question is, I work in a waspish industry. Now, I say this with deference to the place where I am, Cal State. What do I do in a waspish industry? Do I adopt a hornet strategy? Do I become a super wasp to compete with the other wasps? Or could I actually take a beeline? Now, another industry that had been hugely criticized over many years and decades was the beauty industry. But then along came Anita and Gordon Roddick's Body Shop, and as many of you will know, they brought a whole environmental sensibility, they brought social campaigning, and a wonderful spirit and a really different, refreshing approach, and much more of a generative approach, as I'll describe. And there was one feature of that I think is under-recognized that's really important to understanding what really makes a generative business tick. So I once asked Anita Roddick what her business model was, and she told me, we put the money into the product and not the packaging. So not only were they not exploiting rainforests, they're not exploiting gender stereotypes, they're not exploiting animals, but they weren't exploiting their customers. Because when you go to a shop and you buy a beauty product, you expect it to make you beautiful. And you don't expect most of the money to have gone on marketing and packaging and other things. You want what you got from the Body Shop, which is something that looked and felt and smelt and worked wonderfully for the money you paid for it, because all the money had gone into that. And that's an absolutely key thing about being a generative business, is it's not about sustainability departments, it's not about charity. All of that stuff's important, but you won't be truly generative until you look at the core of what you do and you make that ethical. And if that's serving people, everything else can flow from there. So that's unpopular industries. What if you work in an industry which perhaps is, just because of what it does, inclined to be generative? Like, let's say the pensions industry, they're looking after people's long-term future. And they've often been associated with, more ethical approaches and investing and so forth. Well, how do you actually lead in that sort of industry? There's a company I know in Europe called Legal & General, and they are the biggest investor of that type in pension funds, and they're one of the 10 biggest in the world. And they sat down years ago, and they talked about their purpose, and they said, what are we here to do? And what they agreed is really simple. We're here to provide a better world to retire into. That's what people give us our pension money, and then they can expect to have a good life at retirement. So wouldn't it make sense if the billions that we invest, those investments also created a world which was better to retire into? And so they pursued just that. And for instance, they committed $15 billion to affordable housing. Affordable housing is a great long-term investment. Very stable assets, it's very good financial investment. It's very good for the towns and the societies we live in that people have affordable housing, and it makes a nicer world to retire into. And on top of that, they actually invested in urban regeneration. And again, urban regeneration makes a much nicer town to retire into, and if you think about it cleverly, it actually makes those houses all around the town that they've invested in worth more. And this is how I think really excellent generative companies work, is that rather like the bees, they really fine-tune and look at it as a system to produce the maximum value, the maximum financial value, but also social value from what they do. And that kind of system thinking, I think you often find. So I think it's really easy to talk about this kind of theory when you talk about companies that are blooming and thriving. You look at the Googles of this world and you expect them to be generous, you expect them to have lovely workplaces and great social programs and so forth, the Facebooks and so forth. But what if you're a company that's really struggling? Could this kind of generative approach really turn things around? Well, I want to talk to you about McDonald's. Now, McDonald's in this country has been having a really hard time. A report last year in the Wall Street Journal said that 4 out of 5 US millennials have never even tasted a Big Mac. Never even tasted one. And if you look at the criticism they've been getting, you look at films like Super Size Me, you look at films like Food Inc., you can sort of see why. But it doesn't have to be that way. I want to talk to you about McDonald's in the UK, and let me tell you, it's a whole different story. So McDonald's in the UK is recognized for investing in sustainable sourcing, free-range eggs, recycling. They've won awards for this kind of thing. They partner with NGOs on reforestation. They've won an award literally called Best Place to Work, and they have excellent staff practices. And in fact, in my country, after the British government, McDonald's is the second biggest educator in terms of helping their staff get qualifications. They put healthy items on their menu. Years and years ago, McDonald's salad, that's a thing, and they've been really promoting them. Their cafes are, attractive and modern and stylish and accessible, and they've really got with digital. And this year they launched home delivery. In all of these ways, they've been kind of moving with the times, surprisingly, perhaps, to people here if you're in the 4 or 5, but that's the way they've been going. So the question is, how have they been doing? Well, let me tell you, McDonald's in the UK has enjoyed 41 consecutive quarters of growth. 41. Are they perfect? No, they wouldn't claim to be perfect, but they have shown how if you take this generative approach to the heart of your business and you really move with the times and you're moving with issues like sustainability and health, you can actually make progress. So what can all of us do? Well, as citizens and consumers, we've really got to help this and we've really got to demand this, and it's our voices and our pressure and our purchasing and things like that which have been enabling the good companies to really pursue this and to be more generative, and also which punishes the companies that we choose not to buy from. So we can all take a responsibility. Next time you walk into a store, it's so easy to buy a fair trade packet of coffee or in other ways reward these kind of generative models. But some of you here will be either running businesses, working in businesses, studying MBAs and going to run businesses. And, what can we do, the business community? And I think the first thing is, unlike the WASPs, we've just got to look beyond our next meal. And we've got to look beyond the next quarter's results. And it just starts with a really simple step, which is a willingness to evolve. And if you're willing to evolve, all this other wonderful stuff can happen. And the direction of that evolution, really what the bees developed was a model which was flower-friendly. And business has to develop a model which is human-friendly. Such a simple step. Take care of your people, take care of your customers, take care of your communities. But beyond that, look for those really big human needs, things worth solving. What do we need in the world? We need financial services companies that are growing economic security. We need food companies that are addressing issues like gut health and immunity. We need sports companies that are making exercise accessible to everybody. We need media companies that are not spreading fear and distrust, but actually enlightening and empowering. And we need technology companies also that are empowering and not overwhelming and distracting, but really sustaining life. And I've mentioned all those examples because I know companies that are doing each one of those things as their model, and businesses really starting to move in this direction. And so I think we can start to look forward to a time when I was first going into the workplace, I think myself and most of my peers would look at business and we sort of thought it was a bit waspish. It's selfish, it's looking after its own interests. And I think we're now starting to appreciate just what a big role business can play. Business, after all, with all its bee-like industry, its momentum, its resources, its capital, its innovation, business can start to help us build a better world. And wouldn't that be the bee's knees? Thank you.
All right, you did it. This was our first TEDxCSUS. Give yourselves, yes. I love a proactive clapper. Thank you, sir, right? Really, again, as we had mentioned when we started, just to think, just so impressive that to Sacramento, to CSUS, we're able to bring such amazing speakers. And really, as we talked about earlier, you have done such a great job. So let's give a round of applause for Kata and the amazing job that she has done.
And I would like to thank all of our speakers for their incredible work on this event. Also, Metro Media, behind the stages, and University Creative Services team for doing the video production, as well for Party Concierge for the beautiful stage design, Professor Dan Janosch for making the video editing for our videos, and the most important people, my volunteer team. They have been an incredible help, so I would like to ask you to come on stage, and we should give them a huge applause.
Come over here. So you can take a bow. Step up a little bit so you can take a bow. All right, we have everybody on stage. Another round of applause. Great job to our volunteers.
Kata's going to say something.
All right.
Okay, so thank you for joining us for the first ever TEDx event at Sac State. I hope you enjoyed it. And we have some more announcements to make.
Great. Yes, couple more announcements. Would you like to say?
One thing is to also thank Kata.
Yes.
So this was Kata's vision, and you made it happen.
Yeah.
It's awesome. She drugged some of us kicking and screaming into this, and I'm so happy that you did. It's been an amazing experience, and this whole team has been awesome. And to have this, Metro Media and Creative Services come together, and to have the whole community has just been amazing. So we have a little gift for you.
Awesome.
And this has just been awesome for all of us, so thank you so much.
Please remember, thank you. Round of applause. Oh, I so want to jump in front. It would be like being in front of an amazing choir, but I'm going to resist. But please don't forget, join us at a reception. We have the reception over where we were earlier. Please stay and mingle. The speakers will be there. Get to talk to some of the volunteers. And again, one final round of applause to all of you. TEDxCSUS, first event down, many more to come. Thank you.